Good morning, good morning. Do 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 do. Good morning to you. Mm, that's my greeting. How do you like my singing? That's my special little ditty. I don't like menudo, pozole. Manana, 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 na 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 na, manana. Childhood, the things you learn when you grow up. I'm not looking. Bill got it. Okay, now that how many people left when I sang? You guys didn't enjoy my greeting? Do you know, I have to finish more. I have to think of more words. It's going to be a famous little ditty. You're going to it's going to be stuck. It's going to be it's you're going to hear everybody singing it. It's going to be in everybody's heads. Every time you wake up, you'll hear it. My destroyed child. Cheers. Now you get to hear something else. Sun's coming out. Why do I hear two voices of me? You loved my greeting. I can't believe I did that. See, I have, I, I'm so not like I used to be. Oh, I have two. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for acknowledging my presence. Ah, shoot, I grabbed a lighter that doesn't seem to work. I really wanted a lighter. Let me see. Ooh, I'll be back. Oh, okay. Here, before I go get a lighter, Bill singing. I got to talk, which some people made. Let me make Dark happy. Time to go to bed, Dark. Good kitty. Is that good? Okay. See, now two people left. That's not really the way I do it. Okay, I told you I'm weird. I'll be back. Let me see. Okay, I gotta shut the window. I gotta get a lighter. Well, I don't have to. I'm going to. Hi, Jaxie. guys want to see what the clouds are this morning? It's kind of getting pretty. When in doubt, purr. Oh, now she'll purr for me, LOL. Hey, at least you are still in the room. You need to, I want you to feel special too, Dark. I just am not a marionette. I was marionette much of my life, and I did have a choice. So, yeah, I'm just not gonna do stuff people ask me all the time. I'm so mean. But that was for you, Dark. For you alone. Yeah, it was raining this morning at like 4 o'clock. I am special, rode the short bus. Hey, you rode a bus. It doesn't matter. I woulda rode it even if I didn't need to, with my friends. I'm weird that way. What you think? It's kind of cool, huh? If I remember the camera's pointing that way and don't walk in front of it. Cheers. How's all your mornings? How's your morning, Night Dark? JN, Bill, Blackjack maybe in the background. Oh, there he is. Don't they look like snow? Actually, now that Blackjack, now that you say that, it may snow tomorrow. I'll be so happy. I'm talking way too loud. Yeah. That's what it says on my forecast. I figured Dark because I know you're at Shimmers. Isn't it pretty though? This morning it was, well, it was clear. After the storm went through, it was not a hard storm, but I took a picture of the cat bowl full with, not full, but the water that had collected. Cheers. I thought you'd say your morning was great because I purred, because it's been snowing all night and day, closed out highways, major traffic logs. Well, Blackjack. Overcast on the central. It's been so foggy here lately, like last week, that extreme fog. So it is kind of nice that it does seem like they get there's a lot of pretty clouds that come in here. A lot of chemtrails. The other morning Bill was here, it was like orange, but then there were even like or other trails, but they were orange and pink. It was really pretty. You glad you saw you on the chat? More purrs. Yeah, see, there you go. Kind of a purr. I'm not totally purring well today. Yeah, it must have just stuck in my head, Shimmer and you. I was like, Shimmer's karaoke. And so you don't sing. Oh, wow, Bill. Just, that's definitely, you have a lot of, which I think most people do, or maybe they don't. But you have a lot of interesting stories that I'd like to hear. Kind of, especially military people when they've gone to different countries. You can sing if you sing along. Isn't that cool, Jan? I've only seen glimpses of some of the. I've only seen glimpses of what a lot of you guys share sometimes in stories and things that you've experienced. And in that part, me not sitting looking at my screen all the time, I miss out a lot of the friends. Considering people are kind of a thing too for me. Like I like to, I'm not nosy, but people interest me. 8 is a long time. I mean, to start riding the bus by yourself. But kids used to be to where parents kind of, not always, but were like, go outside and play, especially if you were, go outside and play, ride your bikes. Your parents were like, where are you going to be? And, or not even ask you, and you just, like my brothers even, riding their bikes, and kids were just off kind of doing what they wanted. Nowadays, mm, look at that pretty clouds. I can't sing, but I sing. It's just like I say I can't draw, but I guess I got a pen in my hand or something else, so I'm drawing. I guess it just depends. Some pretty clouds. I hope it does snow. If it snows, I have videos from, I have so many videos. It's because of my internet. I mean, I have thousands of videos and shorts and stuff over all this time. And it, it takes me forever. I used to not even like edit it. Don't scare me. But the last one I was grabbed in. You don't have to commit a homicide. Yeah, that I hate that stuff like that. Jan, I'm sorry. Because, yeah, I don't like when people don't keep their hands to themselves. It snowed this morning, but it's gone. I've had people do stuff like that, Jan, and it's, I wish more often I would said something instead of just, I remember those days, the innocence of children. Then I got elevated in school, advanced 3 grades, and found myself. Wow. Wow, Bill. That's amazing. My parents wouldn't let me move up every time that even if well, like I did take higher classes in some of the schools, but my parents would never let me skip grades because they, I guess, wanted me to be with people my age or something. Yep, it gets old. Oh, doesn't it get old? Sometimes you'd think even if you got older or stuff. I've changed. Well, anyway, I've tried it many times in my life to look as unattractive as possible. And there's still some people that they don't care. Thrown punch someone. You know, though, the thing is, we all talk about wanting to be positive, right? And have it. That stuff is, I want to swear, so negative that it's just like, you shouldn't really even have to go there. You know what I mean? It's just, yeah, I've had people do even worse than that. It's just, I don't know. Might happen both ways, but I think more for women. It's just, I don't get it. As I get older, I'm more likely to say something. Or not, I don't know. But they should be, Bill. I see a lot of my friends. Jan knows our friend Benny, who's such a strong woman. Love, and, but she's surrounded by, I don't know how many people that will take care of those people, but she gets people that come in her chat and say all kinds of nasty stuff. And I was at Adele's a couple times this week, and the one guy I even reported. I was just, it's good that she doesn't care, but you still have to somewhat care. It's just so disrespectful. I don't know why. I wonder if those people are like that always off of YouTube. You know, are they really that much of a jackass? Well, humans will be humans. We all make mistakes, poor choices, and do shit we shouldn't. Oh, I know that. You're very wise in your words. I'm getting to where I have a less uh, proper choices and wording, and maybe uh, less tolerance than I used to. No, Dark. I don't bet. I try. I, I may be wrong, but I don't believe. If I had judgments of people, it would be based upon their looks at all. I'm not. If I'm like that, I don't want to be like that. I mean, sometimes we have personality traits that we don't even know. Um, Sometimes people perceive things and we're not like that. But I mean, if I have certain traits, that may be negative, I'd kind of like to know. And then I can make the decision whether that bothers me enough to change it, work on it, or to say, you know what, that's me, I don't care. But no, I try not to. Dark, I would not think of you any different if you looked 1,000 different ways than I saw last night. So the answer is no, Dark. I gave you many words. I don't always just say yes or no. You are literally like the nicest person on the internet. JN, that's not true. Seriously. It's not true. I had two people this week, uh, I just this week banned me, blocked me. So I'm not everybody's cup of tea. I don't expect to be. And especially the last 6 months. Jan, you've known me for years. Blackjack, some of these other people have known me 6, 8 months, some people a year, 2 years. You've known me for I don't know how many years. You've known me as super feisty, all different kinds of ways. Used to be kind of funny, but I don't know what it is. Maybe it's this head thing, or I don't know what it is, this crazy world. You didn't say anything negative. I am not perfect, and I'm sure several times it can't just be in my head that I perceive that I've said things that have come off the wrong way, or maybe sometimes even let um, how would I say it? Displaced feelings. I majored in communication, and now I kind of suck at it. But you know what I mean? Especially everything that's been going on lately, or even with my mom. There's times I don't want to stream because of uh, like how I feel, and I don't want to have like displaced feelings come out somewhere else. Do you know what I mean? So I'm sure. Well, Dark said he's gotten offended sometimes when I don't know him. I mean, when I haven't acknowledged him. I'm sure that's happened to other people that I miss. Maybe not. Some don't think of it. Doesn't bother them. Some people it does. I could say a thing one way. You never know when even one word is gonna affect somebody in a negative way. I've known Sue since the beginning of the Ukraine war. Uh-huh. I know what he means. I've gotten based on looks or other stuff, good and bad. It's just, I did that at a later tip in the Capitol Mall. And Jan's a feisty little one of my fierce women friends too, that I wish I was stronger like than them instead of just being well, we won't, I have been very feisty a few times. Maybe more in my 20s. I still am. I'll go get in the middle of, if I see somebody being abused, I'll go get in the middle of it. And we do shit we should not. Do you think different? Of course. You think you know what? I'm glad some of you think that. I'm nice. I wish it was to every single person because I'm a people pleaser, but I'm also realistic and have known I've tried to please everybody. And actually, it never works out. Like, you know what I mean? Like even family or other people. And you can't do that. You can't please people 100% to their expectations. You're better off just being yourself. And if you can't handle that, then apparently you're out. Oh, grabbing your. I love my friends. You guys are funny. Well, I'm sure I have. Otherwise, I wouldn't have. This is not you, Dark. I'm talking about other friends block me or something. Or think I'm being very rude. If I see trolls that get obnoxious, I'll block them. I used to block people, and then I just got to where the point that it was like, you know what? Because I have people tell me that I should block people or trolls or other stuff, and sometimes I do, and then sometimes I think maybe that's because I haven't stood up for myself in certain situations, that I think, you know what? Why should I block myself? Why should I change my life just because they're an ass? So that's why I kind of put up with some of the trolls and other stuff. Just some, when they start getting super, I don't know. I just sometimes get vibes, and then I'm like, oh, he's going? Okay, Bill, didn't see you. I got to go tap out for a bit. Okay, I hope you feel better if that's it. Give Miss Ivana a kiss. I am feisty, but I can also purr. I bet you can purr. I've always seen you as sweet too. I don't think I've ever heard you say anything negative. I know you very, a lot of us have strong opinions. You said I was cute. Well, I felt like, uh, in a way, and it may come out wrong, that, you know, I don't really care what I look like, but people judge you on stuff, and no matter what or whatever. But I've always been the type that I'm not into my skin, like, care and um, or whatever. In fact, I hardly have any pictures. That's one reason sometimes I have the other pictures. I don't modify the shape of my face, but like do stuff. I've got several you guys haven't seen where I try to make myself look as like dark as possible. Not you, Dark. The other way. Like I got told one should be a 9-inch nails cover, so I look at that cool. I sent it to my high school roommate, and she flipped out. She was like, because it's kind of so dark, she's like, why would you send me a picture of like that? And I said, that's me. And she was like, why'd you make yourself look like that? And I said, that's me. That's my emotion or whatever. She's like, I don't understand that. I was like, well, it's art. you know? Anyway, yeah, I don't like to get hung up on looks. I mean, people do. And if I judge people about that, that's not how I want to be. Then I need to put myself in timeout and put myself in check. And because as I age in this crazy world, there's definitely times I want to yell and scream and be like, but not lately. Once I find out more, cheers everybody. I got my phone so low I can't kind of see it. I have to squat, halfway squat. That'll be good. I can do squats. Some people just lurk the channel. Just lurk the channels too shit disturbed. Well, I don't understand that comment. Some people just lurk the channels to shit disturb, Susie. I don't quite understand that. I used to block people until I blocked spouting off in the weeds. See, you won't let it go. It's hysterical. I started another channel for my feisty side. That's the story of it. I don't know if JN ever had it, but I have a sometimes very passionate feisty side. But yeah, but see, she's like that, but can also purr. And I told a few of my friends if they ever, that maybe I needed another channel instead of my bird and cat channel. It's, that could be more adult and be more edgy or whatever. And I would call it Spouting Off in the Woods. If they ever saw a channel called Spouting Off in the Woods, that'd be me. So one night on my own channel, this was, I don't know how many months ago, Dark could tell you, made that channel, Spouting Off in the Woods. So and I had, of course, no content, no other stuff, really wasn't going to use it. Thought about it maybe after I created. And I came into my own chat that night and I said something like, hey, what's this channel all about? Something generic like that. And Dark thought I was a troll and he blocked me from my own channel. I don't know how to unblock me. So he still feels bad. I thought it was, oh, I'm Slavic. We are the real deal. It's not always pretty, but it's fun. We say, I'm not yelling, I'm Slavic. That sounds, who that reminds me of is Ronnie. You know Ronnie, don't you? Also goes by Grunge, that occasionally come in here at night. He's from uh, Belgium. And he's yelling, sworn at me a lot in my own chat. I think people think he's a troll or other stuff, and sometimes he's badly. He always yells at me, woman! Especially because of my technology stuff. And he wants to help me. I know he wants to help me, but try to explain with my head issues. I have to be in the right mood. Sometimes it clicks, and sometimes you can tell me something 10 times, and it just I'm not comprehending. But he's if that's what you mean. Is it? LOL. That's like Germans too. I had many uh, European friends, even foreign exchange students that came to my house. You said, Dark, you're the only one. I know. Spouting Off in the Woods. And I was like, what the Yeah, at least nobody else, at least I had no content and nobody knew me. Because you blocked and then like real cool. I think you thought it was one of my stalkers because I do have a few, or trolls. It's still kind of, I know, and then you still feel bad. I still think it's hysterical. I roll into my channel under a alias or a second channel and get blocked. So sorry guys, I don't even know if I can subscribe to you under that channel. Actually, I may have deleted that account or uh, I'm not sure. The password may have died with something else. It was a spur of the moment thing I did that night. Thought it would be funny. It is was. Cheers, my friends. You should hear the I took last night. Came out to talk to Willie. He was the only one in here for like 45 minutes. Seemed like 30 to 45 minutes an hour. We both been so busy and hectic. We hadn't been able to talk. And usually, if I go over to his stream, it's so busy that if I say something, it gets buried. But I guess maybe he's gonna shut off his stream because he happened to see I had been in his chat. So he came over to. He felt bad that he had missed me. And it's happened before, just like I miss people. People come in and say hi, and if I scroll up, I'm like, man, I didn't even see them. But I don't know what. Oh, I I took one, and he was just laughing so hard. He was like, "Damn, you're like old school. Like I haven't heard somebody like that in a long time." I was like, "Yeah." Anyway, look at the gorgeous clouds. It'd be so nice if it snows tomorrow. That would be so delightful. I mean, every time it snows here, I come out and spin around, try to stick my tongue out. I should look at my. Oh, you thought it was one of your stalkers. Yeah, we all have stalkers. Even JN has stalkers, and she doesn't even have a channel. I haven't seen your one stalker in a long time. Of course, I don't go to many of those chats anymore. I happened to see Benny yesterday. I don't know if she ever sees me in chats. Her chats fly. I mean, fly. But that's because she's so funny and um, spirited, outgoing, and she's surrounded by so many outgoing, loving people too that it's me too. I can't keep up in chats unless there's only a few people. She is, isn't she? I get energy. She could sure stir up crowd. Have the cats seen snow yet, Susie? Some of maybe the older ones. I'm wondering if those little ones did last year because last year it snowed 3 times. One of the times it snowed, it also rained. It snowed, then it rained, snowed, and then it rained. It was like for 2 or 3 days. I have a lot of that. I have a lot of video, but when they're 20, 10, 15, 20, 30-minute videos, it takes hours, sometimes days, and then they fail. I wondered if I go down to the library downtown if I'd be able to upload a lot of stuff. But yeah, some of them did. I have even this bird feeder where it shows it was snow in it, but it's also raining and the birds eating. It was so beautiful last year. At least I remember exactly what you said. I don't. Yeah, I don't. I used to have almost a photographic memory, and um, that's leaving me. Let me see what else. But Did you know, Jan, that Benny used to be a beat cop? I didn't know that for a long time. It's no wonder she's such a badass woman. Do you see how I spelled Saturday morning with the birds? Sarurday. Saturday. You can tell I hadn't had my epilepsy medicine. I've been really, I have not been spelling. It feels good to yell. Sometimes it also feels guilty. One. Hug a tree. It's impossible to be when one hugs a tree. Yes, Jan, I need to do that more. I really want to. I'm hoping I can do more projects inside. And last year there was a lot of this. A lot of these are volunteer trees that are going to be huge. Some of these new ones that are even right in here, like they'll be 120 foot tall. Now I won't be here, when they mature, but I'm hoping that I can be more physical and get out here. Well, I was physical. I just need to find out. I need to find out if I have lupus or not. I don't know if you know that, our friend does. You think you knew that she was in law enforcement? Yeah, I don't think that's the only thing she did, but yeah, she was a beat cop in Chicago. And I can't remember when, but I lived in Chicago. I worked at the LA County Hospital at one point, which was a degree of law enforcement. I bet. Probably the things you saw at the LA County Hospital. I have a cousin that, well, she's like the county examiner. One of my cousins is, I think she's in Vegas. I think my cousin's in Vegas and she's like in charge of the morgue. We saw frickin' everything. I bet you did in LA. So many of my friends have so many interesting stories, or even if they're not, they still, I mean, didn't, uh, like Dark's always lived in the same place, but he lives in a beautiful place and has things to share that he knows really well around there. Benny lurks a lot. I need to post that last green picture I made. She was like, I like green, when I was like, anybody got any suggestions? Oh, here's Taxi wants to try to. Oh, Taxi just jumped in the bird feeder. Didn't you, Taxi? Oh, let me try to turn around without showing myself. I should go get more coffee. I don't think I zoomed in. What are you doing, Taxi? I'm gonna go get some coffee, heat this up. I brought cold coffee out there. There's Miss Taxi. Jan probably knows him. She was named by one of my best friends in Norway. Some of you might have met him. Do you know what, Jan? I'm kind of overwhelmed that you guys would even think that or say it. That's Taxi that Nils named, and that I would yell at night, like 2 nights ago when I was out. Taxi. Taxi girl. You're such a sweet girl, Taxi. Now Nils has his own taxi. He always wanted his next cat or dog, his next dog to be named Taxi. So when he was out walking him, people be like, because he'd be like, Taxi, Taxi. And then on second thought, he was like, nobody uses taxis anymore. They use Ubers and Lyfts. And then he took in, I think it was one of his son's cats that was fighting with his other cats. There we go. Yeah, how many have you got today? Anyway, Jay, and you guys may have to you guys end up having to talk to Old Man Bill. Some people want me to have suggested or want me to make a coloring book. Not enough. Don't don't push your luck. I'm only kidding. I'd never block your other stuff. I need to learn how to stand up for myself. And I did that twice this week and got blocked. Told I was rude. So see, you guys think I'm nice. I was told I was rude. I'm rude. I'm not putting up with that. And I was like, okay, but I still love you. That's what I said. And I meant it. I don't want people to be around me if they don't like me or they're not happy. Right? Anyway, there goes Taxi, named by one of the best men in the world, in my opinion, from Norway. He always told me to get a balloon and come rescue me from this place. But I wasn't for a balloon ride. Okay, I should go get coffee now. Anyway, I love my friends. I was always a social butterfly, and blindness and epilepsy made me stay home. And that hasn't been very good for my attitude, considering I was always independent. And then a lot of my friends were elders here and passed away, or in other states I met. So social media, I'm not good at social media. I tell people I'm not being rude, I'm just factual. You call BS. Anyway, I don't really need to talk about it because a lot of you know the people. And I'm not stirring up more drama because, why? I'm not mad. Kitty, kitty, kitty. That was Taxi. People used to hear me, like, Jan might have, you guys wouldn't have. You might have 6, 8 months ago, but there were so many, and years ago I'd be out here at night and my friends would hear me yelling for them. And I'd always be calling Taxi. She likes to, sometimes if you guys hear rustling behind the statue at night, Taxi likes to hang down by the creek. Going for breakfast. See you later. Cheers. Enjoy your breakfast. So I'm glad that I'm streaming now. Sometimes in the mornings and even at all, because I haven't wanted to in the because I do think I'm getting grouchy or emotional and can't control myself. Have less filters. Nobody needs that. So that's what I mean about people stepping away and taking a time out. I need many of those. Cheers. So, might help. I need to start eating better like when I was growing a lot of my own food or getting it from my other fellow farmer friends. I'm going to see if one of my friends that actually has an organic farm here um, will let me come pick for him and his wife. I'll do it for free, just uh, for vegetables. He grows so many different crops. Really awesome. Anyway, JN, sorry I got off track about the artwork. I'm overwhelmed about that, especially that it's doodles. It's not even the kind. Well, I used to write some people every day, and I would doodle or make cards um, when I traveled. I mean, like every day. I was always a big writer to people. So, so people did buy, my customers buy some things like that if it was mounted or on cards or something, like handmade cards I'd make. But to me, this isn't like the art that I really sold or whatever. And it to me feels a little bit strange because I've told a couple of people I'll give them, and I would give everybody them, but look up non-inflammatory diet, because I know that's part of mine. I know you were deal with me's. I was more than 3 months premature. Like I don't think my mom like held me until I was 6 months old or something. So I think it has a lot of reasons why I have different things, but especially anyway, I had a positive ANA test come out when I got tested for chaga, the kissing bugs disease. Hello, Akari. Hello, Akari. How you doing? But I would like that because I need that. I know that I do eat things that are inflammatory, milk, especially cheese. Hello, Akari. Hello. Good to see you, my friend. You see me in the daytime. You usually see me at night. Very good, thank you. A lot of good friends this morning. So good to see you. I'm glad you're doing good. I think you've met a lot of these friends, but I think that would help Jan a lot because I have arthritis and um, some other stuff with my lungs, other things. I think it would very much help. I've thought about like intermittent fasting or stuff like that. But I used to eat much, much healthier. I think sometimes people do need to eat for their blood types and stuff. I mean, even when I ate real healthy and ate fruits, I mean, had way less carbs and stuff. But I would eat a lot of fruits, and I guess because of the natural sugars. But I could have no problem eating 3 or 4 peaches in a day, and a quart of blueberries, quart of strawberries, stuff like that. It's weird. But I know I eat way too much bread nowadays. Intermittent fasting is also good, depending on an individual situation. Beer is my blood type. Hey, at least you're aware. Bill suggested I go to I think, osteopath. I think that's what he said. And that's kind of what I've always thought I needed because I don't like to really go to the doctor, but because was born premature and have had this issue, that issue, that issue. And my last doctor, several of my last doctor, the first doctor I had here like 25 years ago was awesome. And he saw some of these things or thought there was stuff and wanted me to get tested for certain things. I didn't have insurance, and then he moved. This last one I had, she just was like, you can't have a problem with this and this and this and that, or you're too young, you can't. And, or misdiagnose me and stuff. Anyway, I think I need somebody that looks at me more like a whole. I think he said that's what it's called. I haven't even seen a rheumatologist yet. I was supposed to get an appointment like in August or September, and they sent my work over to by Georgia and for another specialist. And the one woman was happened to be like proactive, and I noticed she wasn't taking new patients, so I called their office, and they said, yeah, but she's gonna hand it over to the other guy in the clinic here. And then I kept calling back, and anyway, they're all arguing about different stuff, and I still haven't had an appointment. I don't really care. I just like to know. I think it has to do with a lot of my low energy. And then they took me off my thyroid, which I've always been on, except for when my prescription ran out. You put all your family members on an anti-inflammatory after illnesses, surgeries, etc. It really makes all the difference in the healing and pain control. Thank you very much, because that I will try it. I'm lucky to know you, and then I had several women healers around me. Um, and I myself have studied some to where, I don't just, uh, I study other medicines, not just um, Western medicine, Ayurvedic, Indian medicines, Appalachian medicines. There's a famous guy here that passed away that did, but I've had one of my good friends that I've been kind of hiding from people down here. But one of my best friends down here, she actually got her shingle in homeopathic medicine, but she was a Flight for Life nurse, neonatal nurse, and we belonged to an uh, herb thing together in societies. Anyways, I'm so fortunate, and I will try that because I saw my neurologist, and the one medicine that I'd weaned down to, he won't take me off the one medicine. And then all the years I've asked him for like 6 years. I mean, I went in to see him, and it was going to be like a minute and a half visit, and I made him stop. And he's never really explained much stuff, and was asking him some questions. I wanted to get off Keppra for 6 years, and he was like, nope, can't get off of it. And when I told him, because he was going to refill prescriptions, he kept telling me not to mess with my dosage. And I said, no, I've been at half dosage now of my epilepsy medicine for about a year. He was looking at me like side-eyed. He doesn't like it that I'm like non-compliant with to just take pills. And then I don't take the pain meds that they give me because tramadol's not good for you. I have to feel like somebody's stabbing me in the eye before I take it. But he wants me to take those, and then was going to give me hydrocodone to take every day too. And I said no. I hardly feel the tramadol you give me. I'm not taking them. And he wants to take me. He wants to. So we're gonna. Anyway, he told me I couldn't get off Keppra. Now, when I told him I had weaned down to half a dose instead of the most a person can take, he's gonna switch me. He was gonna switch me that day, but I had told him I just filled my Keppra. And I know there's other ones. I think he's going to change me to a Neurontin or something. Is that, or gabapentin? Is that what it is? Is that Beth? Is Beth here? Or no, you're talking to Dark Kayakaholic. I have two friends that kind of start with kayak now. And Beth is the other one. I'm trying to look if that's going to be too bright. I need to flip that camera around toward birds. I can't believe I spelled Saturday that way. My daughter was on that diet before she gave birth underwater. Oh, that's totally awesome. I've heard of that. I've never known anybody that's had somebody. You can't recommend it enough. I will do it. I love my friends that I know that are in the medical field but are non-traditional and open to not just handing, putting your hand out and wanting to give you another medicine. I've tried to tell him some of the side effects because Keppra can also have, there's even like websites or other stuff, like it can cause you every single negative emotion there is. And a lot of people even say like Kepper rage. So maybe some of it's in my head. But I found out also that, see, like my creative side has always been like, maybe I've been on the spectrum or something, but like overexcited about stuff, and the other one not. And so now that my epilepsy's in the two different regions, they're trying to suppress the one side because it's even gotten more ramped up, like the creative side, which suppresses the other one. And now that the negative side is like, so that makes it so it's basically the medicine's kind of making me, that one I take, Lamictal, it's either used for bipolar or other stuff. So he kind of said that the other day. He was like, you can't ever get off that medicine because your epilepsy's in the two regions and they're kind of battling for control. So you're not really bipolar, but if you don't take that medicine, you're going to be. I was like, that's great. Thanks for, I'm glad I asked you some questions. That's nice to hear after 6 years. See, that's kind of an attitude. To me, that's an attitude, even the way I'm talking, um, the tone of my voice, and kind of a smart ass attitude. Well, I deliver babies and I did recommend the water birth, but my family, a bunch of hardheads, lol. Do you know what? I'm glad kind of they didn't listen to you. I'm glad that you were accepting of it. You know what? I obviously everything turned out okay. That's kind of why I got blocked. One reason I got blocked. Somebody was trying to tell me what to do in my own, with my own situations here without really understanding what's going on. If you tell me more than once or twice and three times what I should do, even though it's caring, it's not care, it's control. That's just my opinion. I've had people that are nicely manipulative. Nice does not always. Good morning, beautiful cats. Guys, meet my beautiful friend, Kat, another fellow artist. Good morning, girlfriend. Let's smoke. Meeting some of my good friends too. Jan's a good friend from a long time. She's actually, we were just talking about an LA hospital. Jan's out there. And Dark. Akari's here. I think she's in the Philippines, aren't you, Akari? Blackjack went mate. Cheers, girlfriend, just about it. And if you don't have never met her husband, he's Panda Cat. Good morning, beautiful cat. How's Alistair? David Meek Flea Bowie. You. I even drew a picture for Kat one night, but I definitely can't sell that one. I have to send that to her because I did it in her colors. And I actually wrote her name on that drawing that night. Included it in the drawing. So, but Bill wants to be in charge, he wants to help. So if I do a coloring book or some of them sold, stipulation's going to be that a lot of the money's going to, the majority to um, charities or fundraisers, or else I'm going to crumple them up. See, that's not so nice. I just, everyone is running around the house and the other is having the zoomies. Oh, well, tell Zoomy Master hello, hello, much love. I caught him yesterday. The other day, I don't know if it was yesterday or the other day because I've been sleeping a lot. I was able to pop in his chat, like first 13 people. So I don't know if he saw me kind of throwing up stuff or saying hello. But I was like, oh my God, I'm in here and there's like only 8 or 13 people. It wasn't long. There was a whole bunch. 26 thumbs up. Who's saying that? Have it. I can't see my screen. Have fun in nature. Thank you. Hi, how you doing? We're having fun in nature. Cheers. Gonna be all Israel. That's too funny. How are you? Thank you for the thumbs up. I don't really ask, but it's you guys are wonderful that say that and remind everybody else and that are so loving and caring. There's occasions when I forget. I try never to forget. So I hope you're doing good. We were watching birds, but what'd you say? We're great, friend. Yes, I'm getting ready to Dude, I'm glad you're great. I was in the house. I'm probably going to need to step away from it and go get coffee. If some of you saw, I have a post that I have a kitty that has a cone on her head. But I should go check her. But before I go, let me ask you guys, don't forget, guys, show your support. Thank you. Have fun in nature. Actually, if I wasn't reading the channel chat, then other people, they can hear me say that. But I'm surrounded by this community is very loving and supportive, and I think most of them do. I have a funny story to tell you about Chester. I go what I wrote to Bill, but I'm kind of feeling like I'm going to go throw up. I need to get water anyway. I need to pop in and see Chester. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. I'll talk to you guys in a minute. Have fun in nature if you need to leave. But I'll be right back. Otherwise, thank you for stopping in. I have been here, you guys, so. You're a silly girl. Hi, guys. Okay, I'm back. Maybe some of you didn't leave. I don't know if that sun's too bright for. Is that sun too bright the way it's breaking through for you guys to look at? I have. We're all waiting for Sousa. Hey, just awesome. Don't forget, guys, show your support. You guys all connect if you want to each other. That's why I make you all mods. I have an awesome community. There's only be a few people I kind of regret, but lots of new people been coming in and joining that I've met different places a lot. So that's really cool. So yeah, I need to settle my stomach, so I'm taking it. The clouds are beautiful. I know that's why I switched. At least this morning, got to Blackjack, and Bill and others got to see the birds. That there are still birds coming, and get to see the beautiful clouds that are rolling in, that may bring snow to Alabama. I hope it comes to this place. I control nothing at all. See why my name is Go With The Flow. I thought of a song when I was inside and was going to sing it to you all, but I can't remember. But I do have a funny thing, and I'm going to be telling. Okay, so anybody who's still here, and first I will do this so I can calm my stomach. Want to know your. I have a poll, and it's my own poll, like the questions that they want to ask, you know, and people, they ask all these weird stuff. I shouldn't say that, but you know what I mean? Like YouTube wants me to ask you guys sometimes questions that I have totally have nothing to do with whatever we're talking about, or it seems like the community would be interested in. Anyway, cheers, my friends. Let me give you, for those that are listening, we will be 7 degrees and sunny there. Bill may have snow. I have a couple of other friends that were in here this morning that are, well, Kat's out in LA. That's if she's still here. And she's close to a hospital. I don't know if it's the same one you worked at, JN. What is the poll? They no, this is not their poll. This is my own. But I'm interested in your guys' answers. The 5 of you that are still here. Everybody's leaving because I'm going to ask a question, or maybe because who knows. Anyway, yesterday morning, this is an example of my brain and the randomness and all over and the things I think of. Yesterday, when I woke up, well, not when I woke up. Anyway, yesterday when I came out, I was looking at Chester. A thought popped into my head, and I shared that thought with a friend here in this community. That thought was, I was looking at Chester, and I wondered what it would be like to have a cone on my head and how long I could make it, because she has to go 2 weeks. And I did express that in here, but first I had sent somebody an email wondering if they ever had wondered in their life what it would be like to go with the cone on their head for 2, and how long they thought they could make it. So, what, you want up there, Roly Poly? You want to jump in the statue too and eat? Roly Poly wants up to eat in the statue. So, I guess it's not as funny today. Yeah, the morning later it was. Anyway, it was Bill, so I'd emailed Bill that question. An hour or more later, I get a response when I asked him if he'd ever thought about wearing a cone on his head, like the cat. He said, no, but I don't sniff my butt or lick places. So the answer is no, no cone. I was laughing so hard that I wanted to be like, some of you guys have such perfect answers in the things that I said. And then I had told a couple people that came in my chat that morning, a couple of female friends. One said sleeping. Anyway, it was funny. Ta-da, the end of my not so funny story later. My thought is that cones have benefits. However, they would bug the shit out of us, just like they do the cats. I know. So I know you understand the thought process, but how long do you think you could make it? Because I was like, I don't know. One girl was talking about sleep, and I was like, well, I think I could do that. My problem would be eating and drinking, because I see poor Chester trying to eat. If it's dry food, that cone acts like a scoop. so she can kind of get her head over it, but sometimes that she scoops the dry kibble in that cone. It gets rolls down under her neck, and then I have to get it all out or move the cone out of the way. It's like, poor girl. And the first day feeding her, it was like Goldilocks. Okay, this plate, this little bowl, a dish, this thing. But anyway, that's how my brain works. I look at something and I'm like, hmm. So it was my empathy for just follow me. And I think that we would lick our asses to clean them if that was possible. Well, I didn't want, you know what? If you see Bill in chat later, maybe you can have that conversation with him. Say, hey, I disagree with you on this, or this is my thought. I was laughing so hard. He was laughing at me that I guess I think such random things that I can look at something and think, huh, would I ever? Could I ever? How is that possible? So yeah, I can see both. There might be some. We're getting too crazy, but there are contortionists, and you never know. I'm not so black and white. A lot of things are possible that people say aren't possible. I think I was telling him that most beneficial class I ever took was on stress management. See now there's only 3 people. Start talking about me having a cone on my head, and then uh, yep, we lost fun with nature in a garden. So, me and you, girlfriend. I'm not laughing. Who's ever still here? Because y'all are just us sometimes. It's good. And cat, we understand animals. What do you, so I have a question for you, JN. What kind of quirknesses do squirrels have? Or maybe not quirknesses. They just may not get our humor. I know, Bill was like, he thinks it's funny. Bill is really funny and likes to make me laugh. And sometimes he'll tell me if I don't get it or I think it's serious, he'll be like, that was my attempt at humor. So now sometimes when he thinks I'm real serious or bad or something, whatever, I'm like, that was my attempt at humor. And then sometimes when he's made me laugh, like at night in the streams I'm drawing, he'll be like, mic drop. My day's done. I made her laugh. So he does. I do the same thing with him. The other day when I asked him that about the cats, and then he did it, I was like, mic drop. Have a good morning. So, but him, Jim finds peace. If you know him, a couple other people, they are so quick-witted, and maybe I leave with my word choices. Maybe I leave the um, opportunity open. Anyway, I'm glad that you said that because that was a question I had the other day for everybody. I thought it was hysterical, but that's my brain. Oh, see, that's why I'm hoping people don't judge me off for 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 or 10 encounters or 20, because, uh, yeah. An old perennial onion out in a field somewhere that has many layers and survived through much. There's a little sweetness still inside. Oh, holy cow, if squirrels had firearms. Oh, am I going to get in trouble from him? Okay, oh, holy cow, if squirrels had firearms. They would take over the world. They are terrorists disguised in the cutest body possible. Really? Oh, I'm going to have to look at these squirrels differently here. If squirrels had... That is funny. You're funny too. That's hysterical. Those clouds are kind of moving. It'd make a really pretty time lapse today. I should check my battery. Ashley was here for just a moment early. I might have to go get another battery in a minute. Kat may have left too. She's really cool. Very artistic. Her shorts are amazing. And if you like kind of like vaudeville freak showy kind of stuff, but not as much. Her husband is Panda, the torture clown. Nice, nice, sweet guy. They both are sweet, sweet. I think I've heard you talk about them. Hey now, Uncle Skin. We were watching birds and I thought about changing the camera. There you go. Hey now, how are you this morning? Hey, I was gonna say please don't do this, but I don't like to be controlling, but try not to, you're good, that's good. I've been talking about random things and sometimes people, I'm glad you're doing good. And Patty too? I saw you've had some new music out. Um, I'm extremely busy and sidetracked and sleeping a bunch. Yep, that's awesome to hear. I think I slept one day like 12 hours on off and off. Probably stress. I'm glad you're doing good, but I've seen that you've had some more. That you always have clouds every day, but it also has new music. Do you write music every day? Hey now, how's the weather up there in New York? Jan's a beautiful 70. It might snow here tomorrow. Cheers, my friend. Cold. Just about every day. I thought so. I have some other friends that love music and seem to put out stuff every day or several. Where are you at again? I'm in Alabama, central Alabama. And we might get snow. This whole week has been, I think it has been, is going to be um, one day last week we were at 70 or close to just about. And that night it was like, we dropped 40 degrees. Um, like the next day was a 40-degree difference in highs and lows. The next day was like 30-degree high. Yeah, JN, even you and I know several people in New York, don't we, from the other communities? JN's in California, in a beautiful place. I'm in Alabama. Maybe I'm the only person you know in Alabama. Buffalo and Syracuse. I have a couple friends I know that are on Long Island. Where's Christina from? And I saw Rosanna the other night. I've been worried about her because she's moving. They went and got her parrot and all of her stuff, and we're going back to drive to New York. Uh, I think it was last week or the week before, and I hadn't heard from her. I was wondering how the weather was. I knew they sidetracked it a little bit, but I saw her in Benny's yesterday, but I couldn't stay long. Uncle Skin, so he writes beautiful songs. One night he pinned one here and I started blubbering. He felt so bad. I said, actually, that's a good thing. And I'm just kind of that way. And with my epilepsy being in like that side. But he does amazing cloud stuff. Clouds are really moving here this morning, Uncle. It was bright and sunny this morning. It was cold. And then there's been some blue skies. other clouds, but they've been, would have been a really good day to time lapse. I hope I'm on all chat. So it was kind of hanging out. I have a kitty that needs extra care in the next 2 weeks. Yeah, but I was gonna take a while off, but there's so many people in the community that even like to talk to each other. So I don't know what that has to do with anything. I get sidetracked often. You guys probably, yeah, I know you guys already know each other. Anyway, yeah, pretty clouds today, huh? Switch from birds to clouds to show them how pretty they were today. What do you see in the clouds? That view right there is almost south. That's what I call my window. That's my window to the world, unless it's straight up above. Now with the leaves gone, I get a little bit more, but and some of the trees falling down. Ooh, I hope it snows tomorrow. She was a feral and a dental issue. I'm sorry, I hope she'll be okay. They thought Chester girl scratched her cornea. She kind of gets sometimes a skin issue um, that she'll get a shot like once a year or something. But it wasn't bad. But I was gonna get that. But she kept like, licking her paw, not that and rubbing one of her eyes. So I decided, that I should take her in because it just seemed like was probably bothering her. It wasn't swollen or anything. He thought she had scratched her cornea and gave me medicine to make, but it was inflamed some. And then in a week, it just got really inflamed. I just saw her in there and was patting her, put her down. She was eating. I should be keeping her like in a cage, but she didn't like the hard side, the bigger kennels. She was like clawing at it and stuff. That can't be good for her when she's supposed to be being still to be agitated. And she's a really mellow, sweet cat, so she's been fine to do stuff. I just try to be around when she's awake to make sure she's not uh, that even if she doesn't get up on certain places or other. She hasn't been, but I'll feel guilty if she tried or something. That cone makes her get off balance too. It's like she can't see where she's walking, so she kind of high steps it like a horse or something. Whatever. What's that called? Squirrel time. You won't be right back. It takes you. That squirrel's demanding. You have. The stream will still be up. I'm just joking around. There's a train. Bye. Bye, friend. So I may end up going back and just be on the phone. Everybody wanted me to come out and talk. Yeah, that's pretty. I'm still sitting here for a while though, just enjoying this. Beautiful. I'm gonna go sit inside and I'll watch the phone. Ragnar. Hey, Ragnar. Good morning. Wanted to come out and personally say hello. Oh, okay. Mm, let me catch up on what you were saying because I was not always. I didn't see everything you said. I guess the clouds are getting too cloudy. I want to catch about what you said. Me and I have. That's another. Yeah. That's another thing. My gets cold. Mine do too. I haven't lit my furnace. It's bad enough. Sausage fingers from time to time. I'm worried. I hope you don't get like frostbite, but even being super cold, it's nice you have some leeways. That and the manager maybe it will come back around with them when you do some uh when you're not so rigid and you do some caring thing. Waiting on the 7th so I can take my. Oh, awesome, the 7th. But also at 65%. Oh, excuse me. Oh, you are? I will too. No problem. You're probably gone. Cheers, friend. Oh, I bet you're, sorry, pairing my headphones if there's anybody here. Hi, Jesse. You might be the only one here for a minute. I'm just looking at my phone. How are you today? So you, who else is below you? Oh, there, yeah, Ragnus. I'm here, just got done. Okay, I am just going to. Well, I'm glad you're good. Not much going on. Had some animals on earlier. Was talking to quite a few friends, but people get chores and stuff like that. Oh, Jess. Okay, I'll try to remember. I'll try to remember, Jessica. Sometimes my memory's not real good. So, okay, Jess. You have plans for the day? Cheers, Ragnar. I'm getting about to. Right now, you'll know. Mm. Oh, that's not what I want. What Katie wants up here, and I'm having a hard time bringing up my own chat. Sorry, I'm having a hard time. Why can't I? Oh, that's this one. I spelled Saturday wrong too, you guys. Sorry. Okay, going downstairs to take. Okay, once said not to call her Jess. She didn't like the way it sounded, and I respected her. Yeah, it's nice to know that um, sometimes Jessica, how old are you? I'm only asking because it's. I have younger friends, but my channel is kind of for adults, and sometimes we're talking about very adult things. So I'm just wondering. You're 27. Okay, just wanted to make sure. I had looked at your page. I think I'm subbed anytime and always. So I do have some younger friends in that come and watch my channel, and our friends. I like to know too, so that we kind of watch out over them too. Maybe that sounds weird, but sometimes I get trolls, and I don't, especially like if I do have younger folks that are in the chats to get harassed by people, if that makes sense. I don't want anybody to, but and especially in that case. If that mm-hmm. Thank you, Egna. What? I'll have to look at that answer because that's the only name I've known him by. It's Reg. Excuse me for a little obvious. Maybe I wonder if I should end up. I see blue clouds. There's some blue clouds coming. I wonder if they'll come that way. Name is Cody, but y'all can call me my YouTube name. Look for Ragnar from the show Vikings and the History channels. I've heard name stuff like that, like by the history. Yeah, that's how the name I've known you too. Well, nice to meet you, Cody. Ragnar. I'll probably call you Ragnar since that's what I've always known you as. Hey, JN. I'm not sure if you've met Ragnar before or Jessica. Here's a good friend of mine that I've known for years. JN, a lovely lady. Not that you're not all lovely. I think all my family here is lovely. Yeah, Ragnar, he's a cool dude. I have a lot of finding the balance to key. Me too. Squirrel happy. She was my friend JN rescues animals much more exotic than me, which doesn't mean anything. It's not like a competition. I don't always use the right words because of my epilepsy. But she was off making squirrel food, and her squirrel is demanding from what she says. Sounds like if she don't make the right choice, he might. Squirrel is a happy camper. How many times do you have to feed this squirrel? She has rescued, and I don't know if you do you rehabilitate. That's a thing you, but she said that she made a funny statement about squirrels earlier, and just what like little. Um, I'm trying to think of a word where it won't get me in trouble on here. Just like hellions or something. Oh, people call you Janos, and I'm always calling you JN. Do you want me to stop calling you JN? Haven't I always called you? Well, I used to spell J Noswich in all caps because I can't with my epilepsy, J. I guess I'm the only one that doesn't call her that. Yes, I can have your special little nickname for you, huh? So I guess when cool, Jessica, thank you. It's great everybody uh, does that. No, 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 don't run. Well, you hate to run because maybe you're having a good time. Ragnar, it's thanks for stopping in. I haven't wanted to stream like for a couple of weeks and wasn't going to, but I am because of you guys, and I know you guys. I came out to personally say hello because when everybody left. Much love to you in Chile, Texas. Jane O's, Jane Oz. Look at the clouds. Jan, you left, and the sky got very dark. Every, everybody left, and yeah, I was like, what am I going to focus on? And now I just can't wait. Maybe it'll snow. So, do you have plans today, Jessica? Man, there's a lot of 420 shows on. I keep bouncing myself on. Uh, keep bouncing myself out of my own chat. I don't know if you guys do that. No, it's buffering. I just made some hot coffee, so I might as well drink a little while I'm sitting here. If I go back in, Chester ate. She's laying back down. I think I wake her up when I walk in the back door. I keep forgetting to go in the front door. You guys are all so much more entertaining than me. I don't hear the birds a lot. We watched birds earlier. Daphne's sitting in a chair. You hear your name? But it was raining this morning. Rained yesterday. Got super cold. I see all these sunflowers sprouting here by the bird feeder. Oh, I forgot. I forgot. I'm going to disrupt the camera. Because I think it had like 40% or 50. But Ashley, our new mama, Ashley mama of the community, I told her I'd stream in the next few days. She's still in the hospital, even if I'm not there, so people could talk or something. Where's the best place so that you don't, for the chat? I hate when it buries, makes it hard for people to read. Mm-hmm. Okay, let me try to look, see if that's gonna work. Yeah, that's what you said. You're so sweet to do that. Take it in and have it checked and do something. Now look, it's getting cloudy again. Like, see why it's go with, I can't control everything. My job, other stuff was really about weather. Anyway, about drawing, I might do some others. I always wanted to do a lot of fundraiser for how we met. Do some paintings, do some tie-dye, make keychains. And I've thought about getting a job and other stuff, but with my epilepsy, but maybe if there's a way to do stuff to where it's like, I don't know, partial here, but mostly uh, fun, charities and stuff. That'd be cool. I told Bill he would have to be in charge, or you and him could, or whatever. I'm right now with how my brain is. I don't think I could handle uh, the details. I started to get that at the end. That's why I kept saying it. Was getting, um, I was basically running 3 businesses and I could handle everything. And then it got to where it was getting more and more, a little bit more like disorganized every year. Harder to stay on top of it. And I was thankful I had so many loyal customers, but a few like, what's going on? Anyway, I'm talking. Should I turn around and see if birds come back? Oh, something's coming down the road. What is that? Oh, kind of a panel truck. Oh, listen to how he tries to. He must not know what this road's like. Maybe he'll do good. He's doing better than some people. I don't hear him spinning out a lot, which is, he's driving a lot better than even like some of the people. I'm sorry, I bounced myself out of chat. I can't read. I have a pharaoh. And I have a son that has the flu, so go figure. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you guys see the vulture that was on screen? Jan, I'm sorry about that. That flu that's going around, that was a vulture. That was one of the vultures that lives here. I was wondering if you guys saw it. Caught. Now, about if I'm still streaming, which I probably will be, unless it starts raining, so Ashley and others can talk, even if I'm distracted doing some chores. Um, about 4 o'clock, 4:30, 5 o'clock, there'll be a bunch of the vultures that'll be cuddling up in the sky. There's so many that I can't. It's like I'd have to keep moving the camera around. But that was one of the vultures you saw. Yay! Oh, that's cool, Jessica. Thank you guys. That's so nice. Everybody, it feels comfortable and so supportive of each other, of of each other. There's another one coming. Sorry, looking at my phone. Okay, I can't see that screen, so I just. Brrr. I have the hardest time getting in and out of my chat. Oh, I was trying to get in my last night's chat. I love Caesar community. I oh, thank you so much. Thank you, JM. I appreciate that. Well, that wasn't a compliment. JN, look, trains. I love when trains come when JN's here. And Wally, too. Call these Hope trains, Jess, when they come by. Dag nabbit, I just bounced myself out of my chat again. Ooh, I just got a chill of wind. Caesar definitely has more talkative birds than we have on the West Coast. Oh, you should go to, um, lately, for a while when it was super cold, didn't hear them. I don't know if you've heard them or not, but look at how pretty those clouds are. There was I think with a bunch of the down trees, and I was wondering why there was less birds. Um, there's owls. Sometimes you hear them in the day. There's a bunch of down trees, and there's been this year hawks like I haven't seen them before. There's a lot of hawks that have also moved in. But thank you. Some days it's been really, really quiet for birds, but just like I'm sitting here now, and right by the bird feeder, which I was showing, did get to see cardinals and chickadees and titmouse. But I was around 4 a.m. Yeah, it's in the middle of the night, but actually, there's been a few times that we've heard them like before sunset or uh, after sunrise. It's which I guess it's like that rooster crowing right now. Crows all the times a day. But and then I was worried about woodpeckers. Used to get so many woodpeckers. Hadn't seen them much, or they're members of their family, but finally saw some last week. But I haven't been. What? How long has it been that? For a while, I was streaming every day, even if I wasn't. Most of the time, how I walk around and not paying attention. You hear your coyotes almost every night. I don't hear them every night, but sometimes if I'm streaming at night and outside, I can hear uh, like a pack or a mom with kids. Now last night when I streamed, we heard a commotion, and a couple times the one of the opossums score was eating, and he seemed kind of spooked. Even some cats. And then there was a noise after a while, and I thought maybe because there's Grayson, it um, chases off scores sometimes. Sometimes they almost, and you live by a creek. I bet that's kind of like why I do here. There were deer in the yard. Well, a doe and a fawn here. I've seen, and there's a fence, but it's only 4 foot or lower. But I've seen deer twice in like the last 2 weeks. You probably definitely get more. So we get a freeway of wildlife passing through. But last night saw possums, and then after a while a raccoon, and I think that was the one that was spooking everybody, and maybe was, I don't know if they were fighting or just making noise at each other about, I guess, uh, control of the food. If I knew how to, if I had YouTube on my computer, I could make clips of that kind of stuff. I mean, short edit out the live. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what you get. I bet you get um, much more. This is a little tiny creek, but it sounds like yours is much bigger, probably like a main source, and then you sound like you're a lot more rural than I am. I've never rehabbed a possum, almost everything else, but no possum. I know, that's why I was wondering if you did that for a living or other stuff, because didn't you tell me you had an alligator or something? So, and when you've talked about keep cleaning like their enclosures, some of, I think, I'm not always paying attention in chat, but it sounded like you've had some very exotic, not just like me taking in ferals. Or even, your squirrel or the birds that you've had really. Yep, we had an alligator, but that was in Dallas. Okay. Was it rescue though too? Still, that's so cool. I respect you, and um, all the things that you do for a lot of causes. Maybe that's because those are kind of the things that I, I kind of have causes about too, but very, this doesn't mean I'm like you, but you're very compassionate and caring to the max. Would have so many interesting tales I could talk. Too bad we weren't friends in person in a way. Hear all your interesting stories. I'd have to zip my mouth and just listen. Oh shoot, I bounced myself out of my chat. Do I have sound? I guess I have sound. Never mind. Is that we are physicians and nurses. So everyone calls us when wildlife needs us, and we accept anything in need. Well, that's cool too. That's amazing. So very interesting. Very, very, very interesting. I love that about you. I'm glad I met you. Very much. My friends remind me to try to be nice and whatever. So now you really don't have much to look at. I mean, I should not say that. Sorry, Sky. You give me so much pleasure. It would be delightful if it snows. Cheers. So very delightful. Last year, 3 times it snowed. Hold on. My last dog was, yes, actually, we had, yes, actually, my last dog was a coyote. Best companion ever? That's so cool. Well, they are canine, right? And dogs are very loving and loyal or whatever. That's awesome. That's maybe a question maybe should have thought of or maybe not, but that's awesome. So, my, that's a lovely story. I made coffee, my friend. I haven't wanted to stream the last few days, but I'm glad I did. I'd like to draw much smaller, intimate crowds, and that's okay. I can pay more attention, it seems. Um, but I brought my sketch pad in. Maybe I'll have to film it. I don't know if I told you I have to make one more now. Maybe I should try to include critters, even though I don't draw good. Make our family include, like, besides just the characters, because we're all characters or whatever we are, you know. Uh, um, uh, I don't know if I had babies, but now Ashley had her babies. Add them. Could add dogs and cats, but what else was I going to add besides that? Something else besides babies. But I should try to practice and add parrots and, yeah, try to learn how to make a coyote. Have an alligator in there in our community pictures. Oh, I know what it was. One of my friends, you met her this morning, didn't you? Did you meet Shaz this morning? Am I remembering something from this morning? If I am, it's delightful. Okay, I'll quit talking. There are 3 people here, but they may have their phones just streaming. I mean, sitting. Mm. Jan's here. Best companion ever. Is pretty much everything the same as, like, if you had a dog? As far as, like, feel, I mean, are there different, uh, are there different little personalities in a coyote that you don't usually see in a dog? I mean, I know every animal has different personalities, but you know what I mean? Traits, maybe traits is a better word or something. I'm not, I haven't been communicating very well the last like 3 days. to what other kind of tasks this year has been stressful. This year already, since the New Year's. It seems like uh, I don't know how many years it's been stressful. I'm sorry about that. You lost your parents in December? Oh my gosh. You should email me. I shouldn't say should because that implies guilt and control. And in January. I am so sorry. I don't know if you know, my mom died. It was either on my birthday or New Year's Day. Just now. So, I understand now what you mean. Yeah, worst start. Oh, you missed them in this season. Yeah, from October through December is usually kind of hard for me. It's and some of the things I've never grieved about. December's a very hard month. So my mom just died. There's already a lot to, not that that's bad, but get stuff. I'll have to see. Yeah, December. So I usually don't really talk to people. I mean, there's different times in my life that I've celebrated, but pretty much not, or put up decorations since I have animals. That's not always conducive, at least how I've lived, to have the last round of those last 7 kittens. They treated the living room like parkour. Thank you. It's weird that I'm streaming. I streamed that day. There's details I could tell you that would probably be really sad about it. So, that I was streaming uh, and I've streamed since, but a lot of the people didn't know for a few days. Your dad's birthday's the 25th. Mm. My birthday's in December, and then my mom's was the 14th. That was the last day I talked to her. And then she stopped eating the next day. And I don't know if she died on my birthday or on New Year's Day. And then I found out that I just found out that when they went in to like clean off the bedroom, there were pictures all over. Because I don't really have pictures of me from when I was young or grew up or other stuff. And she had pictures of me like all laid out all over the desk, all over her dresser. Because I haven't been able to see her in like 10 years. Thanks. Yep, just me and one of my brothers. And that's it. Nothing else. So, if he wants this place, he's gonna, can have it. But he's got a lot to do back there, and who knows? Mm, I appreciate it. Yeah. So, I don't celebrate much around the holidays, but I know it's an important time for a lot of people. You know, so I don't really say much. But then I streamed because I know there's a lot of people that don't celebrate, or do, but still like to check in on people or whatever. So, but I just didn't say much. I had one post. Michelle. So I did have a post about, um, although people didn't know it was Michelle, and most of the people here don't know Michelle. About Michelle's mom and mine at the same time. So, and then I still haven't said anything after. Anyway, I'm sorry that I'm not meaning to laugh. That's like inappropriate because I feel like I'm acting inappropriate. I'm just numb. There's, there's always like, uh, animal tragedies. Big one last year, the 28th. The three dogs passed in between the last week of March and the first week of May, or something like that, April and May. Mm. It's just like I'm numb to so much good, but then mm, nothing is inappropriate. I don't want to start crying. I wasn't going to stream for like 2 weeks this week, but I was thinking about Ashley. Kept thinking about Ashley because she wasn't supposed to be due till um, being due around Valentine's Day. And even when I'm busy or not around or been like emotional lately, because I've had a lot of friends in the last few months that have been facing serious things, and I care about them all. And so I can't feel kind of guilty if I don't stream because they could easily just talk to each other. Because a lot of times at night it's like small, intimate groups. Um, Grief is the first step of new life. I'm not even there with so many things. Uh, hmm. Anyway, just my thing is I'm just keeping my head down and going forward. I feel guilty about everything. I grew up Catholic. For the beginning, it was like guilt was a good thing. Uh, and then have people trying to control me. I mean, super control me. Where it was like, no. Hi, sus. How you doing? Anyway, so if I act inappropriate and I'm laughing about talking about some of these subjects and choice of words, I don't know. PTSD. I started breaking out in a rash the other day. I was like, oh my God, I must be stressing out. In fact, about Ashley, let me tell you. So I wasn't going to stream because I've kind of been grouchy. I pissed a couple friends off. And here, and I was like, I haven't shouldn't have streamed from October till January. Um, Ashley, I knew they were maybe gonna induce her early. I think she had another week or 10 days or something, and she popped in. Was it yesterday? The night before, the day before, because I wasn't gonna stream, and because of Chester, the kitty, how I have to keep her calm. Hi, sus. And I kept thinking, waking up and thinking about Ashley. Like, man, even though I don't want to stream, I need to throw it up so everybody can. And this is a thank you to you, JN, because I think you guys all helped comfort her and keep her company. I thought she was so strong and very calm, having her first set of children, having twins. So thanks for that. So that's why I was streaming. I kept, like every time I woke up, I was like, uh, I'd catch cat naps when Chester was sleeping. So I put up streams, but when it was freezing weather, I couldn't. And she popped in that day and was having mild contractions. The people with her were sleeping. Her husband was out of town. And the only two people in chat were me and Dennis, the two with no experience. I was telling Dennis, you should start timing him. I'm like, Ashley, what'd your doctor say? How do you feel? What's your pain level? And then on my, I'll read the chat in a minute. I can't see it all, sus and JN. Anyway, so I decided I had to stop streaming because of the freeze. And then the next morning, I didn't start right away. Yesterday, I didn't start streaming right away because of the freeze. And then I put it up, and I just couldn't get Ashley off my mind. And she popped in real early, and she was like, "I've had a surprise for you." And I was like, "What is that?" And she said, "I had a C-section at 6:06 this morning." That was yesterday. And I was like, "I've been just, I couldn't get you off my mind." So she had, did I tell you that? His name's Sky. So now we have, so I need to make a new family portrait with that. And I told Charlotte, she popped in last night. I think she missed Ashley. I had told Bill, but now it's Mama Ashley, two boys, Chuck and Eddie. Maybe she'll be out, go though. So is that everything with chat? Let me see what else she says. It's the way it's pointed, I can't really read. Know that you have friends you have never met that care about you immensely. I do have some, I know, and hopefully people, just in case I am crabby or off, and with my epilepsy, I do say wrong things. Mm. Thank you for saying you're one of the people here so that we know, Sus. I hope you're all right. Mm-hmm. Your daughter's name's Sky. That's a beautiful name. For nature stuff. Yeah, we do have a lot of common interests. Much love, Sauce. Every color out there. I get asked what my favorite color is, and it's what's in front of me sometimes. Anyway, I'm babbling. You guys like me to come out and talk and babble. You know, it's okay if this is me myself and doing it to the cats. I'm so glad I don't show my face. If you guys could see my face and somebody made me laugh the way some of you like to purposely make me laugh, or maybe I leave the door open to make me laugh, and I was like monitoring chat and I could see myself, oh no, I just couldn't. There's no way I could. I would just, I'd laugh the like 12-hour stream. I'd be so embarrassed. I'd be making all kinds of noises. Anyway, that's me babbling again. Anyway, Sus, how you doing? I'm listening if you want. Much love. I know that's your favorite always, but they're also earth colors. That's what I like about that. It's earth colors. I asked somebody, who did I ask? I asked someone the other day, did you ever see the picture the colors I drew for you in that one drawing? What colors did you tell me? Purple and blue? Did you see it? I need to post those. Bill said he wants me to scan them all in and post them. I don't know when I ask people if they had colors to inspire. I think you know green, dark green, and blue. Was that it? In your house? I think you said dark green and blue, maybe. My memory is not what it used to be. So those are the colors Sus would want. I know she does, she is telling me she does. I'm probably going to use the wrong term, even though I know what it is. A splatter painting. And she likes neon or glow in the dark, whatever. I haven't been comprehending and speaking with. Getting ready for a long night. Wifey and I are going to an event tonight. Ah. Ooh. Congratulations, and with dancing sounds awesome. Have an awesome, amazing time. That made me smile. That's so you're just kind of hanging out till you do that. Our home is blue and greens. Okay, did you see the what your colors inspired that night? When I'll have to go get more coffee. And anyway, I could dig it out sometime. My favorite colors are blue and green, turquoise and blue. I think I can't really see. I've had 5 eye operations, green and blue. Let me move this camera in the other direction and because I need to go in the building, I'll show you what your suggestion inspired my brain. I've been asked if I planned any of it, and no. Occasionally, might have, occasionally I might think, okay, because I know I was always doing circles with my doodles, and that's not what I used to do all kinds of stuff with them. Or use stuff. This says 28%. I need to get another battery. I need to get another. We are attuned to the coast and nature. Makes sense. That's kind of why mine are too. I mean, even brown but mine is also, see, I have so many colors around me. There's, I don't know if you can see it. There were bright purple shrubs that were blooming that's native in this rainbow. Let's see. Can you see some red blooms? And there's more shrubs, but of different colors of those in style of blossoms. Those plants actually have peony, single open blooms, single, double, carnation, peony flowered, as far as the bud shape. But I have them in lavenders and purples and whites and other reds, other shades of reds, striped. Yeah, I need to get another one. So there's even a lot of native plants that I grow there in all kinds of colors. So that's why I kind of say what's in front of me. Look at even the different birds. Bright red, bright blue. But definitely, I did some of the drawings recently, and I did some in browns. When what is interesting to me is that your back looks to mine. It is beautiful cacophony of nature. I tried. Have to call my tech girl. I don't want to yell at her, but I have thousands of pictures. This used to look so much. Where you see that little building, it wasn't there, but I feed the cats where the Japanese maple was. There was an arbor that was wood, and you walked in, and covering it was not a native rose, but a rose that's established, not so popular, but like an old southern type that a lot of old homesteads had, called ladybanks. The thing that's really nice about them is that they're evergreen. They only bloom once a year, but it's for about 6 weeks. And that one was a yellow one. There's two colors of them. There's still some pieces here. I really miss it. It had hundreds and thousands of blooms. So all these different areas, actually, if I could take you around, were individual little areas. She actually stood over this way and was in a butterfly garden. Yeah, there's so many even native kinds of maples here. I mean, native species one, but there's used to be like 25 Japanese maples. Right, actually, right behind this chestnut is a maple garden. But there's a couple, like where some of the animals are buried, there's Japanese maples and stuff. benches that I have that are in the shed to put together. Thought about doing that on a string that are for those areas, but this land is advantageous. It wants itself back. Anyway, I'm rambling. I hope you guys have an awesome time dancing at your event. Sounds lovely. I disagree. I digress. A squirrel never belongs to any human. These guys don't either belong to me. I mean, some of the cats or whatever, but I coexist with everything around here. I have a white wild rose growing on my fence. Where do you live? Florida, right? I wonder what it could be in your area or Georgia. Does it bloom a certain time of year? Because one of my specialties was antique roses for the South, because I grew in part of the country where you could grow hybrid teas, didn't get diseases, and I tried to grow them here. You still can, and I wasn't going to spray. And so I still grow them, and I just grow them in a different fashion. So, yeah. Yeah, I coexist with the fur and the feather. Yeah, that's kind of why it's going. Florida, I thought so. What time of year? What does the blossom look like? Does it bloom in the summer? Does it have, is it like uh, a shrub or is it a vine? The only reason why I'm saying is because that's one of the things I specialized in. And actually, I grow a rose here that is on the fence and is huge. It's grown up into trees, and it's every one that I was growing for a while. It was left after Hurricane Katrina, so every one that I sold of them, they didn't know it was called, but I donate $1 to the guy. Anyway, I'm just wondering, because there's a couple of white wild roses that are in Georgia and maybe parts of Florida. Like I have one here. There's one in Alabama that's gets to be. Mine seem to grow taller, but 5 feet tall or so, and has these bright kind of red lavender flowers. Swamp rose, but it's not the invasive one. It's a vine, blooms spring, late summer. Is it kind of open and big? Does it have really nasty thorns? If you've ever grown other vine roses, some have worse thorns than others. Because if it is, it might be okay. Brain, think, because it was just in your mind. Cherokee rose. Oh, is it Cherokee rose? Oh, shit. Most of my business was in Georgia, but also in Florida, here. But it's established. It's not native, but it's established in several of the southern states. It may be native, but in Georgia, it's considered established. Some of the size of cat teeth. I bet you have. I've got them. I had with not working in so many years. I have roses growing, things growing out of pots. A lot of plants died when I uh, had to stop my business for health, like all of a sudden. But there are roses that just go all over the driveway and through the greenhouses, and I think that's Cherokee rose. Look it up. What the heck? I'd have to look, but I'm thinking that's what you have. But it has really nasty, some of the nastiest thorns. There's a few up there that, like I said, they go, I don't know, 30, 40 foot along the ground and all over. Um, I have ladybanks. I have ladybanks up and down the roads that you might have heard of that. It's very popular in the South. Well, no, ladybanks is the one that was on the vine. What am I thinking? Shoot. New Dawn. Anyway, I just, it was just a stick when I moved into the house. I don't do anything special, take care of it. I don't either. That's why some of my plants, I mean, unless I don't tell people what to do, but not baby plants the first year. They are, uh, try to get them adapted to the environment. Like, I set up their soil. A lot of people don't want to. They just want to dig a hole. And sometimes this land goes up and down, has creek, has sun, has mountain, and sometimes you need to amend it a little bit or mulch it, do things to help it establish that first year or two. And then after that, let it just be like all the other things in your yard. Don't spray it, don't really cut it. Anyway, I'm just wondering because a lot of people, sometimes when some of those get so big, people just try to remove them. Maybe they got wrapped up in it too much. If it's that rose, I'm trying to think what else could be kind of established down in Florida. I was part of a native plant society down there up in northern part of Florida, but I can't remember the name of it right now. Mm. So, congratulations. That's good you get to see it and enjoy it. I'm hoping that whatever happens, to hear that people will not whack everything down. There's a creek back behind here, and Southerners call it honeysuckle, but it's not. They're a species of rhododendrons in the rhododendron family, azalea family, and rhododendron family, actually. They're native azaleas, and these were Piedmonts, and they ran up and down this creek in colors, and then there were some Alabama um, native azaleas. And it looked like whoever lived here before must have probably kept cutting them out or something. Probably because they look like kind of smaller, spindly trees. And when I first smelled them, so enticing, I had to just keep walking toward it and stuff. And um, now they get shaded out a little bit with, they're still there. But it was like so many people cut things down and they don't know what they are. There's native blueberries on this land, just so many different things. Mm. I've braided it across my fence. Oh, do you have a picture? I just saw that. I'd like to see that. I've like espaliered like what they do with some fruit trees on stuff. I nearly got divorced over a mimosa tree. Well, mimosas are pretty. The ones with the pink fringe ones. Is it the one with the pink flowers? Is that kind a mimosa? If it's because sometimes common names can be referred to in more than one plant. But if it's the one that has the pink fringe flower, it was brought here from China, and that's like here. Somebody in Wyoming wanted it, but they're invasive. So I could see why. That's like kudzu here, wisteria. But there's a lot of, some people, when you say wisteria, they're like, no, they don't want it on their property. They've got the wrong kind. The U.S. has 3 kinds that grow here natively. And they'll vine, but they're not going to be invasive and grow all over. It is one of the best medicinal plants. You know what I have outside? You know what Vitex is? Chaste tree. I have several different kinds. but that was one of my specialties. Was except for like with the roses, I grew those because of affinity. My grandma's a mother and that, and I wanted to grow them out here. But was like plants and their uses. I grew a lot of medicinal plants and made products from them, and um, things to make crafts. Well, I used roses for that too, soaps or other art projects, stuff like that. Mm. That's a thing for sus that I know you do art because I would. But yeah, mimosas are. There's some out by the road, and I noticed. I don't think there's any here. Here's a pretty cardinal waiting to come eat. A male cardinal. I'm sorry, I'm standing here by the camera. You probably want me to move. Hi, Jessica. Did you? For different things? There's elderberry uh, out by the driveway and up in the down the road. I see medicinal plants. I kind of in the neighborhood when I walk up and down, or other native plants that I've reintroduced it from the back from the bark of the mimosa. Mm. I think the flower can be used too. Maybe I'm about to make a shout out video. Jessica wants to know if anybody would like a shout out video for her to include, for who, for her to include in a short. That's sweet of you, Jessica. I know you can. Sorry, I need to go get a battery because this camera only has 23%. Yeah, from the flowers. Yeah, there's there's plants over here. This right here, if I turn this camera this way, it's actually a storm shelter. But there's a tree coming up in the middle of it, but not in the middle of the shelter, hopefully. That was one of the herb beds. It was an English knot garden that was full of herbs. Then there was a path here. There was another medicinal garden back there that had, I wish I could remember. It's for eyesight. Clary sage? Yeah, that's what it was. That's one thing I kind of remember as plants a little bit. Clary sage. So there's a lot of medicinal plants. There was, I don't know if there still is after the last 2 years, like a 40-foot, a couple of 40-foot different varieties of eucalyptus up there. But I grew a lot of medicinals that you'd, I grew a lot of plants kind of, I'm not trying to sound boastful, but that you'd have to buy in catalogs because my brain is like a freak. Anyway, I didn't know if you knew what Vitex was. They look like big butterfly bushes, huge ones. And they're used for women's problems, issues, the berries of them. An old Indian medicinal. I can't even grow mold, but I can build anything. Hey, that's a talent. That's creative. I believe everybody has a talent. That's a big. And you know what? You did, whether you know it or not. Look, you rescued a plant that was being abandoned and didn't see it for its beauty, or it got forgotten. You can't grow mold. Actually, not growing mold is a very good thing, I think, unless you're a scientist. Except I can grow fungi. There's moss here. You could grow, I bet you could grow moss maybe. If you can find any kind of moss, you could grow more moss. Put it in a blender and with like some milk or something. I think that's what you're supposed to use. And then put it over some of the rocks or something like that. Or a pot if you want it to kind of have it over log stumps or something. I try to help everything I can. Woohoo! Yeah. See, a lot of my friends are like that. We can all grow tardigrades. Tar tardigrades. I'm not doing English. I have a glare in my eyes. I need to go get a battery for this. You guys keep it. And I have a phone somewhere. Let me go get it. Cheers. I'm gonna get something else. Nice to see you, sis. Always. And JN, lovely too. You, you guys may not hear me. I'm giving you compliments for seeing you, sus and JN. But I turn my back and walk away. See, just the difference in me turning my back makes a difference. I'll check Chester. I need you to remember battery. And coffee. I try not to talk, but JN wants me to talk. I don't know if you want me to, so it's an opportunity. I know JN wants me, so I talk. Not always. Hi, Miss Fisher. Come on. Let's go check him. Come on. everybody running? I'm coming down. What are you doing up there, Elias? Huh? Is that Sneaky Pete? Or is that the other one? Sneaky Pete. Um, okay. Who's still here? Janos, and Jess. There's only 3 people, which is good. But guys, I'm gonna only stay on 5 more minutes. Everything is low, and I forgot that I don't have another bag of cat litter, which I always like to keep back up. And cat food's getting low. I thought about going today or tomorrow. It's gonna. There's a chance coming soon of rain, but it's gonna start raining, I think, real heavy before sunset. So I'm gonna say later in like 4 minutes, and I'll charge stuff while I'm at the store, and then maybe stream when I come back, because I know Ashley and everybody else might want to say hello and talk to each other. If you're listening, maybe with all these clouds. I just looked at the radar. That's what I was doing too. So I didn't bring a battery. Phone the one that's you guys are looking at that's filming is 16%. The one I'm talking on, that's my phone, is 32. So since I have to go to the store, give me a good time to charge up. Maybe there's kind of a break to where maybe it'll show some sunset a little bit. I can't see the horizon, but maybe still see a little color with the clouds. Kind of feels weird just waiting. So, Jess, JN, anybody else who's watching, I'm just going to say goodbye now and run to town. Shouldn't take me that long, but I probably won't set up another stream till at least 2, maybe 3. So much love from here, from out in the garden with either birds or clouds and lovely friends. Peace out, everybody.